morning, everybody. This morning's proceedings are going to be live streamed, but only after a 10-minute delay after the events that are being described. Those with mobile devices may use them to transmit to the outside world what they have heard in the proceedings, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're describing. They may not be used for recording or photography. Yes, can the witness be sworn, please? Thank you.
Please, I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Geffen. Thank you for attending today to give evidence to the inquiry. I will try to keep my questions short and simple, but if you do need me to repeat anything or clarify anything, please just say so. Again, if you feel the need to have a break at any time, we will accommodate that. In any event, there will be a break after 1.5 hours. Could we have up on screen, please, document UCPI 5038772. That's 38772. That's tab A1 of Mr. Geffen's bundle. Mr. Geffen, you gave a signed witness statement to the inquiry dated 17th September 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document on screen?
Yes.
Is this your witness statement?
Yes.
Could we go to the final page, please? Is that your signature?
I'm sure that the original was my signature.
Yes.
I've got a mark over it, but yes, I'm sure I do remember signing that document. Yes.
I'm grateful. And can you confirm that the contents of your witness statement are true and correct?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And that puts the whole of your witness statement into evidence.
Thank you.
I want to show a second witness statement as well. Could we take that down, please, and put up UCPI 5038295. That's 38295. That's tab A1 of the RTS bundle. Mr. Geffen, you were also a contributor to the Reclaim the Streets group witness statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize the document on screen?
Yes.
Is this the RTS witness statement?
Yes.
And if we could also go to the final page of this document, please. Again, well, your name appears there, but can you confirm that you signed this document?
I signed that statement, yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of this witness statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. That puts the whole of this witness statement into evidence as well. To give you an indication of the areas of the questions I will be covering, they will include your background, how you became involved in activism, the main groups you were involved in particular Reclaim the Streets. I'll be referring to that as RTS, the aims and the philosophies of these groups, their key activities and your role within them, any knowledge you may have of undercover officers, the key ones being HN14, Jim Boyling, and HN100, Mark Kennedy, and their roles and activities within RTS and other groups. We will look at the reports that they produced. I will then move on to speak a little bit about the occasions, or some of the occasions where you were arrested, and the circumstances of various legal proceedings. I will ask your personal views on key topics, such as public disorder and breaking the law. And finally, I will ask you about the impact on you of the undercover policing. If we may start with your background. Following your graduation from university, is it true that becoming an environmental activist was not something you had actually planned to do?
That is true.
And what was your initial plan after university?
I'd studied a music degree, and I started work, well, firstly in a classical record shop and then with a classical record company where I was a record producer.
And what shifted that changed your path?
It was really how I started travelling when I first moved back to London after university, and I took up cycling, not because I'd thought about green issues at all, but because I wanted to save money. Frankly, it felt slightly eccentric. There were fewer people cycling in London at that time, but in the course of taking up cycling, I realised that I was overtaking a lot of people in metal boxes. I was doing something far more sensible that would, anyway, I came across the London Cycling Campaign. That made sense. I was in London, I was cycling, I could see why you might want to campaign for it. And that led me to two things that are relevant here through my LCC background. One was that I was campaigning for cycle facilities on Waterloo Bridge because Westminster City Council at that time was obstructing the idea of a London cycle network from the centre of London. And also, as where I was living in South East London, I was close to Oxley's Wood, where there was the threat of a road scheme at that time. And you started working at London Cycling Campaign, the LCC, in 1988, is that right? Correct. And shortly after you started, you did some volunteer work for them. Yes, is that correct? Yes. What did that entail? A number of things. I particularly took on a role coordinating campaigning to deal with Westminster City Council, who, as I say, were obstructing the idea of a London cycle network, and particularly to get involved in pressing for cycle facilities on Waterloo Bridge. But also I was involved in the local group who were very concerned about the threat of a road scheme through Oxley's Wood, which was only an 8,000-year-old ancient woodland, only about 2 miles from where I was living. This was an interesting time in environmental politics because the year after I got involved in the London Cycling Campaign, 1989, this was the year that climate change really first came into public consciousness when the then Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, went to the United Nations Summit and declared that, as a scientist, she was convinced of the need to take action on climate change, but her government then announced what they called the biggest road building programme since the Romans, and one of those road schemes was just near my patch. And at some point, you made the decision to get involved in direct action. Yes. I think the first point of contact with direct action was when a phone call came into the London Cycling Campaign office, and I just happened to be there at the time. It was from a group that was just setting up called Reclaim the Streets Action Network. They had those extra two words in the name at the time, and they were planning to do a sit-down blockade on Waterloo Bridge. So the call was passed to me. I thought, this sounds interesting. I went along and met some people whose perspective on life would change mine fundamentally. I went along to that first blockade action, Reclaim the Streets' first blockade action on Waterloo Bridge. I didn't sit down and risk arrest. I wasn't ready for that at that stage, but I was starting to form connections. Thank you. I will get to the Waterloo Bridge action shortly. Just before I do, before you joined, or you had the meeting where you joined Reclaim the Streets, mm-hmm. Can we just take a step back? When you decided to join or get involved in direct action, mm-hmm. What was your understanding then as to what direct action meant doing and actually getting involved in on the ground? It meant, I suppose, when the system that of democracy and public input and all the rest of it breaks down, and you fail to get your message through, and you just have to effectively take action directly to confront the causes of the problem, to highlight the problem, to confront it directly, and thus push for a resolution of it. We then, during my time at London Cycling Campaign, we held workshops around exactly this sort of stuff, introduced to the sort of concepts of Gandhian direct action, where you look to confront the root causes of the problem directly in order to push for resolution. And did you consider to what extent at this early stage you were prepared to go to achieve either your own or your group's objectives? That changed over time. As I say, my first arrest came quite a bit later, good 6 months into the direct action campaign at Twyford Down, which was the first of those road schemes from the government's major road building programme, the first to take the first to go into the direct action phase, I started going with others from the London Cycling Campaign, largely to try and understand what I thought we were going to have to deal with in my own backyard at Oxley's Wood. Now, Twyford Down, the direct action campaign was so effective that the government decided there was no way that we're going to get to build the road scheme through Oxley's Wood, and they dropped it. So Twyford Down ended up being a noisy defeat for the direct action movement, and Oxley's Wood became one of the first of a large number of quiet victories for the direct action movement.
I will get to the Twyford Down and the Oxley's Wood in due course. At this stage, we're still looking at your thought processes before you decided to go down the direct action route. And my question was what you were actually thinking about getting involved in, and whether you had given any consideration to, for example, breaking the law, if necessary, at that early stage.
I think I realised I'd seen the film Gandhi earlier in my teens, and the idea was that there are times when you do need to break the law in order for justice to prevail.
And what was your view, again, at this early stage, on the use of violence to meet the objectives of a direct action?
I was very much against it.
And did that view ever change?
No.
You went on to get involved in various environmental groups over the next few years, some more than others. We'll be covering some of these. In 2015, you were awarded an MBE for services to cycling, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Right. Can we now go on to...
Sorry, just if I may on that.
Of course.
I always saw direct action as a necessary complement to more conventional ways of campaigning, and I've continued to make a career in more conventional ways of campaigning, as you say, leading to the award of an MB. I worked for, I reverted to, having started with cycle campaigning, I later worked in it professionally for Cycling UK, which was originally known as CTC, or the Cyclist Touring Club, and I worked there for over 20 years, and that is where my MBE came from. In that context, I was very much campaigning for proper enforcement of things like road traffic law. So I've always seen direct action and more mainstream campaigning as complementary rather than one or the other.
Thank you. I've just been given a note. If I could ask you to slow down when you speak a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Thank you.
The reason, I'm sure you understand, is that our shorthand writers have to try and take down what you say. And if you speak too fast, it's simply not possible.
Okay, the transcript is getting behind me, is it? All right, sorry about that.
Thank you. I'd like to move on now to talk about your first involvement with Reclaim the Streets, RTS. And you already touched upon this earlier. This is in early 1992. A phone call came into the LCC office where you were working, and
I wasn't working. I just happened to be in the office that day. I was a volunteer, and therefore I was not normally in the office. By coincidence, I happened to be in the office that day.
Certainly. You were in the office.
Slow down.
Right.
Who was the phone call from? Without mentioning any names.
All right. It was from one of the people who was co-founding Reclaim the Streets, someone who had already, who was already under bail conditions not to go back to Twyford Down, and was therefore keen to kind of develop, if you like, a wider alternative to, in complement to the road protest, to raise wider issues about the overdominance of motor traffic, hence Reclaim the Streets.
And the message was passed on to you. Can you think of a reason why they would want to speak to you in particular at this stage?
As I say, because one of the things that I was focused on in my London cycling campaigning role was cycle lanes on Waterloo Bridge, because Westminster City Council, it epitomised the fact that Westminster City Council were being so obstructive to the idea of a London cycle network.
And can you tell us briefly what happened as a result of this request?
So I went along to a meeting at the London Greenpeace office in North London near King's Cross, where I met some people whose perspectives would fundamentally change mine. I went along to the Waterloo Bridge occupation action, but didn't sit down and face arrest at that time. But it was at around that time that I left my job with the record company that I was doing record producing with, and I effectively filled what was originally an unwanted void in my time, supporting Reclaim the Streets Action Network, particularly in organising minibuses to take people down to Twyford Down.
Thank you. I will get to Twyford Down in due course. Can I just take you a step back? So you met these people, and then you became part of the early setup of RTS, is that correct?
Yes, I was spending some time in the Reclaim the Streets office, which was in a building in Brixton that had once been the Dole House where John Major used to sign on when he was an unemployed lad.
And at this early stage, and in this early incarnation of RTS, what was your specific role?
I didn't really have a specific role. I got involved in, we held regular meetings to plan various things we did. We went and did a little action at the Birmingham Motor Show one year and the London Motor Show another year, where we kind of hung banners, and somebody got in on a costume and pretended to be a supermodel, except that he was male, in a slinky costume on the top of a car, really to highlight the problems of, car consumerism and the whole motoring industry advertising a fantasy, a very environmentally damaging fantasy. So we did those things. We edited some car posters. We painted in some cycle lanes that Lambeth Council hadn't gotten around to finding the paint for, so we did it for them. These were little examples of the kind of non-violent direct action that dealing with a problem very directly by taking action ourselves and taking responsibility for it.
Now, moving on to the Waterloo Bridge blockade. This took place on the 15th of March, 1992, is that right?
Correct.
And you've already said you participated in that.
Yes.
This was RTS's first action?
Yes.
What was the reason behind this action? If you could just tell us briefly what the rationale and why you did it.
From Reclaim the Streets' point of view, it was, as I say, from my interest was the specific point about Waterloo Bridge cycle lanes, but from Reclaim the Streets' sort of wider point of view, it was a first action to highlight the problems of a society that is over-dominated by dependence on motor vehicles and lacks sustainable transport alternatives to enable people to get around without depending on motor vehicles. Alternatives that would be better for our health, better for our air quality, better for our climate, better for social justice, better in so many ways, and yet the motor manufacturers sell us this dream that we all have to depend on our cars, and and so much about how the government spends its transport budget is contingent on perpetuating car culture rather than providing the alternatives. And
you say you participated in this action. What was the result of the action? What happened?
A few people got arrested. I don't think it had huge impact, but I suppose the main thing it did is it advertised the existence of Reclaim the Streets to people who were potentially interested in joining in. I can't say that first action really did more than that, but it marked us out as we're here and invited people to join in. I think we would, people would love to have had more impact than that, but that's as far as I can honestly say that it really went in practice.
Did you get arrested?
No. As I say, I didn't sit down. I didn't feel ready to go as far as being arrested at that time. I wasn't ready for it. I was still new to the whole idea of taking direct action. I was convinced of the theory, but I wasn't ready for it in practice. I was still in employment and all the rest of it. So I held off at that stage.
But the attitude towards getting arrested would change over time.
Yes, throughout, I would have preferred to be able to take action in ways that didn't involve getting arrested, but eventually I found myself in a situation where I got arrested, even though I didn't want to, and having kind of broken through that glass barrier, I realised that the world hadn't ended. I felt proud of what I had done, but that's Twyford Down. You said you were going to come to that.
Yes. And you continued after the Waterloo Bridge action to be involved with RTS.
Sorry?
You continue to be involved
Yes.
with RTS after the Waterloo Bridge.
As I say, those various actions at
Yes.
motor shows, cycle lanes and car posters, but then also this point about organising minibuses to enable more people from London to travel to Twyford Down
Yes.
to take part in the action there.
Well, let me ask you a few questions about Twyford Down then. This was, first of all, you got involved in the direct action at Twyford Down.
Yes.
This was in December 1992, is that correct? Around then?
December was when I first visited the little protest camp at Twyford Down, where some people were living on the land that on the chalk downland that was to be destroyed for that road scheme. I just went and visited the protest camp at that stage before it really went into the direct action phase. There had actually been an earlier direct action phase in spring '92 that I'd not been involved in. I hadn't even known about it at the time, where people took action to prevent the destruction of the water meadows. What was happening here was that the M3 had been built from London to just short of Winchester, and then from just beyond Winchester to Southampton, but in between was a missing, traffic bottleneck that had been fairly deliberately created to create the need for the missing link to be filled in through a particularly environmentally sensitive area, and the camp was on some of this wonderful land that was due to be destroyed.
Mr. Geffen, I've been asked again if you could slow down, please, just a little bit. Another point, if you could, as much as you can, keep your answers slightly briefer. That would be helpful. Okay. I will guide you to the topics which you are talking about. Okay. You will have a chance to speak on the topics that you want to speak about. But if you could wait until I get to those stages, okay, that would be great. Thank you so much. Your involvement with the Twyford Down, was that through RTS?
Yes, I was organising, with others, I was organising minibuses to take people from London to Twyford Down. We were advertising those through the contact list we had, through the Reclaim the Streets contact list we had, which was predominantly a London-based group. And we were arranging for people to get to Twyford Down to take part in the action there.
And was that the extent of your involvement
yes.
at Twyford Down?
Yes, I mean, I did also take part in the actions there, as well as organising transport to get people there, yes.
I want to ask you about an injunction by the Department for Transport regarding the Twyford Down action. This is set out in paragraph 33 of your statement. Sometime in 1993, the government, and specifically the Secretary of State for Transport, obtained an injunction as well as a civil claim for damages against a large number of activists. Were you one of those?
No.
Can you recall what the nature of those breaches were?
Can you recall
what the nature of the breaches were that underlie the injunction?
The terms of the injunction roughly were to not trespass on the work site. The Secretary of State for Transport, this was in the days before the Criminal Justice Act, created the offence of aggravated trespass. The Secretary of State resorted to civil action, seeking an injunction to say, I, the Secretary of State, am suffering losses, it's costing me extra money because of all the delays caused by the protests, and therefore it was an injunction to not go on the work site in anticipation of a civil claim for damages that was never ultimately pursued.
An injunction is a tool parties can use to seek redress or protection under the law. Do you agree with that?
Do I?
Do you agree? Do you accept that?
That's my understanding of the legal position, yes.
Do you believe that this particular injunction was justified?
Justified, I understand its legal justification, but I also believe that it was within the philosophy of direct action. This was one of those laws that needed to be broken in order to highlight the fact that the permission to grant the road in the first place, steamrolling the permission for the road scheme through the public inquiry process, that the public inquiry process was so fundamentally not designed to provide the answer that the government wanted, i.e. to build a road, that it was justified in breaking the law to defy that injunction. And it was achieved, it ultimately achieved its objective in that other road schemes got cancelled because of the power of the protest.
Notwithstanding its justification or lack thereof, looking back now, do you have any thoughts on how the government might have obtained the evidence of these breaches to enable it to get an injunction?
Well, yes, we know that they employed a private detectives agency, Bray's detective agency, and they were videoing and filming and taking notes of with the action file numbers of the various people who were regularly seen to be protesting. But I do also wonder whether undercover police officers were also involved in that, not least because it, not only did my name appear on the Consulting Association's blacklist or green list, and I do wonder how that happened, but I also now know from the evidence that was disclosed to me as part of this inquiry that a special branch file was opened up, and the numerical reference to my special branch file suggests it was opened in 1993, which means it presumably was either during Twyford Down or the early days of the No M11 Link campaign. I therefore do wonder what role undercover police officers may have played in that. We do know that Andy Davey was spying on First and some Reclaim the Streets. I wasn't disclosed that. I wish I had been. But I would really urge the inquiry to look into whether undercover officers were playing roles either in feeding information to the Consulting Association or indeed, where is the contents of my special branch file? I did ask to see the contents of that, as many other participants in the inquiry have done, and I was shown nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Geffen, you will have an opportunity at the end of my questions to raise whatever topics you wish about what you feel the inquiry should be looking at.
Yeah.
Until that point, if you could stick to simply answering my questions, I'd be grateful. Thank you. I want to take you to a statement, paragraph 163 of your statement, which says that on the whole you believe in the law. Is that correct?
Yes, as I say, I do not believe. I believe that the rule of law is an important principle, but I also believe, and I do not believe there is a contradiction, that there are times when the rule and the process of law and of public inquiries ultimately fails, and that bad laws sometimes need to be broken, and that this is, if you like, the kind of Gandhian principle that there comes a point where if the justice system is failing, then you have to take personal account, take personal action to try and correct the system, because it is far from perfect.
Going back to the injunction, again, without mentioning any names, an acquaintance of yours, whose name I won't mention, deliberately breached the injunction by participating in a major trespass action just 2 days later. Were you aware of this?
Yes.
And were you aware that this person and others went to prison for this?
Yes. Yes, I got involved in various activities to publicise the fact that they were in prison, and indeed to make sure that they got plenty of publicity when they were released from prison. Ironically, on the day that the government announced that it was speeding up the public inquiry process to give people even less right to object to road schemes. It was ironic that that happened on the very same day that my friends were coming out of prison.
Did you support your friend's action at that time?
Yes, absolutely. I believed that there was a wonderful quote when those 6 people appealed against their sentence for breaking the injunction. It was before Lord Justice Hoffman, and he came out with a wonderful quote that really influenced, that really kind of solidified my own understanding of what I was doing. He talked about the honourable tradition of civil disobedience in this country, and he added, and that those who take part in it may be vindicated by history. And that I think really crystallised, it wasn't my words, but I think that very much crystallises the philosophy that led me to do what I was doing.
How do you reconcile your position that you believe in the law while supporting, at the same time, what is criminal, in this case, imprisonable behaviour?
At that time, what those 6 people were doing was not criminal. They were imprisoned for contempt of court, which was civil. So yeah, as I say, there was a later point, which, sorry, I'm jumping ahead again, but when I was caught in a later injunction where I was very pointedly made the point that I had not broken the criminal law in a good couple of years of taking direct action. But I do reconcile the idea that you can believe in the rule of law whilst also believing in the need to break the law, whether criminal or civil, on occasion, exactly because of that point that Lord Hoffman made so eloquently.
And is it correct that shortly after the injunction breaking action, the government abandoned plans to build the East London River crossing through Oxley's Wood?
Absolutely. And for me, that was a real vindication of everything that the wider movement that I was now part of had done at Twyford Down, that it had highlighted the sheer injustice of not just that one road scheme, but road schemes in general. Within a couple of years, the government had abandoned a good 2/3 of its of that largest road building programme since the Romans that they trumpeted in 1989. By 1996, most of it was gone.
Mr. Gibbon, may I ask you again if you could keep your answers slightly brief, please? Thank you. Can you think of a reason why they abandoned the plans for Oxley's Wood?
I think the government had realised that if we were able to mobilise such an effective direct action movement and gain so much public support for what we were saying and what we were doing in rural Winchester, then our movement was going to be so much stronger within London, close to the media in Wapping, and within the M25, which people had witnessed being built only over the previous decade, and which had immediately filled up with traffic. And therefore Londoners were generally ahead of the rest of the country in understanding that new road building doesn't resolve traffic problems, it just worsens them by creating extra traffic. It creates more space for more new development, road-based new development, and that therefore road building in general was a bad idea, not just the road scheme at Twyford Down.
So moving on, is it correct that RTS temporarily paused in around the summer of 1993?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you tell us briefly why?
Well, there had been 3 road schemes that had sort of risen to the to the forefront of people's consciousness, awareness of the problems with road schemes, because one of them was Twyford Down, the other one was Twyford, one was Oxley's Wood, the third was the M11 Link Road. They had, in all 3 cases, the local campaign groups who'd been opposing those road schemes through public inquiries for many years had brought complaints to the European Union for breach of regulations around environmental impact assessment. The M11 Link Road was, if you like, the Cinderella of the 3. Unlike Twyford Down, which was through an ancient, through the edge of a national park, 2 special sites of special scientific interest, scheduled ancient monuments, Oxley's Wood, an 8,000-year-old ancient woodland. The M11 Link Road, by comparison, was 350 homes that had been sort of left to fall apart ever since the government had compulsory purchased many of them back in the 1960s, and therefore it was sort of the Cinderella of the 3, and yet it ended up being the most powerful of the protests. So, sorry, your question was about why did we pause, reclaim the streets? Because we saw the need to galvanise the protest around this Cinderella once the Oxley's Road scheme had been dropped, which we had previously been gearing up for. We therefore decided, let's focus on the No M11, which moved the debate on in many ways, and therefore Reclaim the Streets had to be put on ice. We didn't know that we would revive it later.
Yes, and it would be revived in late 94, 95,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Well, we'll return to that second incarnation of RTS.
Yes.
But before we do, can I ask you a few questions about the No M11 Link campaign, please? Were you involved in this campaign?
Yes.
And was this through RTS?
Yes, it was very much through the contact network that had formed from Reclaim the Streets. We were effectively a London-based network of people who were concerned about road building and wanted to support the alternatives here was a road scheme. We felt we needed to focus on that. That was the urgent issue in front of us.
And was Earth First involved as well?
Yes, these things are fluid. Earth First had been a very prominent sort of identity at Twyford Down. It was less so at the Noam 11. It wasn't a conscious decision. People would show up with Earth First banners or Earth First T-shirts and whatever, but we very much built the campaign on the back of the local campaign that we called ourselves the Noam 11 Link campaign. And in some ways, the whole point about the Noam 11 Link campaign was that it moved the debate about what's wrong with road building from it destroys beautiful landscapes and ancient woodlands to it destroys homes and communities, causes air pollution, and causes climate change. So but there was very much this social dimension of the destruction of communities that hadn't been there in either Oxley's Wood or Twyford Down.
Can I just ask you a little bit about Earth First? What was your involvement in Earth First specifically?
Reclaim the Streets was effectively a sort of an offshoot of Earth First. Earth First had initially, it was brought from the United States, where there were a lot of campaigning around logging. Some of the early Earth First actions that before I got involved in it in sort of 1991 in the UK were also around logging. It ended up coming to prominence by its involvement in Twyford Down. That office in John Major's Dole House in Brixton was effectively a shared office between Earth First and Reclaim the Streets. There was a lot of fluidity as to who was what, depending on what we were doing, whether doing things around logging or whether we were doing things around cars and roads. If we were doing things around cars and roads, we're more likely to say this is Reclaim the Streets. But who was wearing what hat didn't greatly matter.
At that time, did you have group meetings?
Yes.
And were these open meetings or were they closed
Yes,
meetings?
they were open.
Can you explain how they worked, please?
I think at that time we were meeting weekly. I know that I've got notes that I took of some of those meetings. I believe that there has been disclosure of Andy Davey having been at some of those meetings, that I didn't see that disclosure myself. But yes, we had open meetings, and obviously we were a very small network with no publicity budget, so we had, we were reliant on informal networks to get the word out as to who we were, what we were doing. We were anybody who came across one of our leaflets or phoned up, they were welcome to come to our meetings.
So at this stage, you were an amalgamated group as such between RTS and Earth First.
Sorry, there was something I missed there?
At this stage, you were an amalgamated group. So there was RTS, there was Earth First. You were working together.
There were overlaps between both what they stood for and who was involved in them. Yes, some people focus more on Earth First, some people focus more on Reclaim the Streets, but the boundaries were not hard and fast. There was a clear overlap.
And looking at both groups, or if it was one group in its entirety, what would you say was the attitude towards violence or criminal behavior?
Earth First had a very clear principle of non-violence. It was the sort of phrase that was used was no compromise in defence of Mother Earth, no violence to people or living creatures. I can't remember, I may not have got that precisely right, but those two things, the no compromise but no violence, were seen as those were the guiding principles.
And you drafted press releases and publicity leaflets, is that correct?
Yes, I was helping to put out Reclaim the Streets newsletters, to advertise the opportunities to take part in the various actions we organised. Sorry, when I talked about the Reclaim the Streets actions, I forgot about one where we got a clapped-out old car, stripped it of its engine to make it easy to pull down Park Lane, and then in front of all the car showrooms on Park Lane, and then I had a poetry reading of poems about poems by a poet called Heathcote Williams called Autogeddon, and we had a sort of ritual ceremonial destruction of the car, which symbolised what we stood for in front of all those car showrooms.
Can I take
And so
you,
we were advertising the fact that, you know, the opportunity to take part in things like that, as well as come down to Twyford Down on our minibuses.
can I take you to one of the leaflets for the campaign against the M11 Link Road? If we could have up on screen, please, UCPI 4038784, and that's at tab A19 of Mr. Geffen's bundle, sir. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And did you produce this?
No. But I know who did.
And it appears to be a call to action for a specific day, 22nd of January. Is that 1994?
That would be 1994, yes.
And what was being planned for this day? Do you remember?
I'm now trying to remember. I think that we were having a rally that day. There may well have been, you know, if there, it was similar. It was probably similar to what we were doing at Twyford Down, which was if they're working, we will stop them. If they're not, we will start repairing some homes. At that stage in the campaign, the sweet chestnut tree, you may want to take me to the sweet chestnut tree on George Green, had been destroyed. We were at that stage planning to defend 4 beautiful homes next to George Green in Wanstead, which we declared to be Wanstonia, the independent free area of Wanstonia. And so if there wasn't work to be stopped, we were more likely to say, now come and help do some work to repair these homes, prepare the defences, because we knew that the government's bailiffs and destruction company were going to come along and destroy those homes. They did in fact do so almost exactly a month later. So we were probably, you know, gathering more hands to help defend those homes. Is what I think we were probably doing. I can't remember absolutely clearly, but that's what I think we were doing.
Thank you. Mr. Geffen, may I ask you again, please, simply to keep your answers brief, and simply to answer my questions. I will get to the to those points. Okay. You will have an opportunity to speak about them.
That's just come out of sequence, but fair enough.
Is this typical of the nature and a tone of pamphlets produced for other events?
Yes.
And to whom and how were the pamphlets distributed?
We had a mailing list which was growing quite rapidly by this stage, largely off the back of that chestnut tree action that I mentioned. We were doing regular mail-outs. This was obviously in the days before most people had email, social media. We stuffed a lot of envelopes in those days.
Did you ever consider, when producing these pamphlets and distributing them, that it might attract activists of a more militant persuasion?
Of a more?
Militant and violent persuasion to get involved?
Yes, there was always that slight risk, but I never felt it was a serious risk. We had a very strong commitment to non-violence, so anybody who breached it would stand out a mile, and we would, not defend them at all. It never happened. There's always people talk about this fear, so of course we discussed what would we do if that ever happened, but it never did.
Can we take that document down, please? And if we could get up on screen, UCPI 4038785. That's 38785. And that's at tab A20.
Yes.
So, during the course of the M11 campaign, you were arrested on more than one occasion. Is that correct?
I can't remember that. Yes, I think there were at least 4 occasions. I think it was more than that. There were 4 that I documented in this, yeah.
Yes, I want to take you to a few of them. The first one I want to take you to is your arrest on the 18th of October, 1993. Is it correct that this led you to be eventually charged with obstruction of the highway?
Yes, that is, just reminding myself by reading it, yes, that is what I was charged with.
Can you, again, summarize for us very briefly what happened on that day that led to your arrest?
As I recall, this was an incident where where is this? We were walking to and fro on the public highway. there were 2 lorries trying to get into a work site. We were walking along the highway across the driveway. The police tried to claim that I was obstructing the highway because my foot had landed on the carriageway. I don't believe it had, but that was their pretext for arresting me.
Could we go to the bottom of page 2 of the document, please? And there's an addendum at the end of that page where you claim you were wrongfully arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just read it out. Having been tried and found not guilty in Redbridge Magistrates Court on a charge of obstruction of the highway arising from this incident, I maintain that I was wrongfully arrested. The arresting officer, 1, had no reason to believe that my presence amounted to an obstruction. 2, made no attempt to caution me. And 3, made no attempt to establish my identity before arresting me for a non-arrestable offence. Can you think of any reason why the police arrested you despite your compliance with their request?
Despite?
Your compliance with their request to get off the highway.
I think they simply wanted to be on the side of building the road. I don't think that they had a legitimate basis for arresting me. As I say, I think they simply felt that their role was to support what the government was doing and to prevent us from exercising our right to peaceful direct action to prevent the building of that road.
Could we turn to page 3 of the same document, please? This is an account of a separate time you were arrested, this time on the 16th of March, 1994. This time it's for breach of the peace. Mm-hmm. Again, same question. Is it correct that you complied
Yes.
with the officer's warning that if you did not get off the fence, you would be arrested?
Yes.
And you were arrested nonetheless?
Exactly.
And is it correct that this matter went to trial?
This is... No, this didn't go to trial. I was released without charge.
You were released without charge?
Sorry?
Understood. Can I take you to another example? We don't need to bring up this document on screen. The transcript, for the record, is MPS 0739546. And there's a tab at B1 of Mr. Geffen's bundle. This is a special branch report. You refer to this document at paragraphs 92 and 95 of your statement. And at paragraph 2, it states Appendix A of Special Branch Report dated 18th November 93 lists the names of the persons arrested, and it lists you as being arrested for criminal damage on the 6th of November 1993. Do you recall that?
Sorry, I'm not seeing. Maybe it would help to get the document up, if I may, please. You say 92 and 95 of my statement. I can't see.
Paragraphs 92 and 95. This is the November 1993 arrest at George Green and Wanstead.
6th of November. Right.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is the day of the tree dressing. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. I've now recalled what the incident was. Yes.
Can you tell us very briefly again what happened that led to your arrest?
Yes. There were people trying to get into one of the work sites where they were building, where construction work was, destruction work was taking place, and there were wooden fences, sort of 7 or 8 foot high wooden fences, and some people were trying to push the wooden fences down so we would get into the work site. I wasn't involved in pushing those fences down, but once the fences did come down, a panel of the wooden fencing came down. I was one of those who ran onto the site. I was arrested, and the allegation was made that I had been one of the people who had caused the criminal damage of pushing down a fence. This was untrue, and I was able to, despite, if I recall aright, being held overnight. I think this was an occasion when I was then held overnight, and the charge was changed to breach the peace, and I was readily No, it wasn't. Sorry, that's wrong. I was able to get someone to attend court to disprove that I'd been involved, without having conferred at all with them, because I'd been held in the cells. They were able to provide the witness evidence that I had not pushed over the fences. And there were glaring inconsistencies in their statement. How could the officer or the security guard who claimed to have seen me, when they were inside the work site, there was a fence that was much taller than me between them and me, and yet they claimed to have seen me pushing the fence over. It did not make sense. It was very clear that they were making evidence up.
How would you describe the mood of the security guards and their attitudes at that time, on that day?
The security guards were interesting. Some of them could be very confrontational. Others were just, it was a job that they'd got from the job centre or whatever, and they were actually secretly really quite sympathetic to us. And some people from the campaign formed good friendships with some of the security guards. The sad thing was that it was the more brutal, confrontational security guards who managed to who always got promoted and ended up in more senior roles, and therefore the tone of the security operation got more confrontational as time went on, and the more confrontational guards got retained and promoted, and the less confrontational, more friendly guards left or whatever, disappeared.
Did you witness on that day any violent behaviour by protesters?
No violence.
And
nor at any time during the whole of the M11 campaign.
And would you agree with the statement that the police conduct in the circumstances was restrained?
No.
Again, without mentioning any names, that you know of, did anyone else in the group that day actively encourage others to undertake activities which they knew might carry a risk of arrest?
Actively encourage activities?
Yes.
Yes. I can't remember what briefing was given beforehand, but there was an understanding that we were involved in peaceful direct action, that we regarded the building of the road as illegitimate, and that therefore taking direct action, so long as it remained non-violent, was legitimate. And yes, so people were expecting to take direct action. Encouragement? No, I think people were taking personal responsibility. People were making their own decisions and were very much encouraged to only go as far as they felt able and willing to go in their personal situations. There was no kind of pressure. People were making their own decisions. And as I say, one of the points about direct action is you make your own decisions. You take responsibility for how you feel you want to confront the injustice that is there in front of you.
Moving on, you mentioned in your statement at page 36, paragraph 99, an action which you refer to as Operation Roadblock.
Yes.
Is it correct this was an umbrella term for actions targeting the M11 Link Road worksites?
Yes.
And can you explain, again briefly, what the goal of Operation Roadblock was and how you envisaged it would be achieved?
Yes, the idea was to hold direct action, to enable people to take part in direct action. We aimed to do every day, and we managed to take action pretty much every day over a course of a month. At the end of that month, we were exhausted, but we were advertising the idea: take a day off work. We will do some very quick direct action training in both the principles of direct action, the practicalities of what might happen, the legal implications for people so that they could make an informed decision as to how far they were prepared to go. And then we went and took direct action, getting onto the diggers on the work sites to stop that road being built.
And one of your roles was creating publicity for this campaign, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you hold meetings?
As I say, to plan it or to actually on the days of those actions?
Both.
Because the answer is both.
Both.
Yes, we had sort of informal meetings to kind of create the publicity, but then on each day of the direct action, we sort of said, arrive at, I think, where our campaign office was at that time, and we gave people a little briefing, as I say, on the principles of direct action, the practicalities of what might be involved, the legal implications, and then in the meantime, people were effectively out on their bicycles scouting to see where the road building was taking place that day, so we knew where to take people, where was their work that to be stopped.
Were there any restrictions on who could attend these meetings?
No. Totally open. The more the merrier.
And in your view, did Operation Roadblock achieve what it set out to?
Yes. It added to the costs to the Department of Transport of building that road. Now, I remember being asked by the media about, well, was it a good thing that we were effectively, inverted commas, wasting public money? To which I ended up responding, well, I'd far rather that money was spent on the health service, education service, protecting nature, whatever. But if the government is determined to spend it on building a road, then it's better that we waste it than it continues to be spent on yet another road.
After Operation Roadblock, attention turned to Claremont Road.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
This was a road which was to be demolished as part of the M11's construction.
Indeed.
And you state in your witness statement there was an incident where the Department for Transport's contractors destroyed the roof of a home in Claremont Road. And you then go on to state that, and I quote, defending Claremont Road would be strategically crucial.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Of all the little side streets along the route of the M11 Link Road, the Claremont Road was the last that was effectively fully intact. It was, Claremont Road was three sides of a rectangle. It went off a main road, ran parallel to that main road, and then a little short side of a rectangle back onto the main road. So it was a street that only served a row of houses on one side of the road, and there was a tube line and some trees on the other side of the road. It was effectively a self-contained little community. As I mentioned earlier, the houses had all been compulsory, with one exception, had all been compulsory purchased by the Department of Transport, I think back in the 1960s. Some have been let out to on short-term lets to people involved in arts or whatever. Others were squatted, and then in the middle of that row of houses there was the home of Dolly Watson. Dolly Watson was age 93 at that time. She had been born in that home. She wanted to be able to die in that home, and she really welcomed us as the new community that replaced the arty folk, the designers or whatever who'd been there on short-term contracts, who made sure that their key, when they lost their homes, that the keys came to us, not back to the department. So we ended up with a fully squatted street with Dolly Watson in the middle of it.
Can we have up on screen, please, UCPI 40388789? That's 38789, and that's at tab A23 of Mr. Geffen's bundle, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Geffen, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Can you explain it to us?
So yes, it was at around the time when the contractors, while we were out taking direct action on one of their work sites, effectively came sort of behind our backs and took the roof off one of the houses on Claremont Road. And we had this conversation where somebody kind of laughingly said, we should go and smash up the roof of John McGregor, who was the Transport Secretary at the time. They weren't serious, but, it kind of prompted this idea that we should do that symbolically by painting this banner that you can see there that effectively showed a road going through John McGregor's own home. So, this was a piece of direct action that worked incredibly well in media terms. Peaceful direct action on the roof of the Transport Secretary, on whose behalf bailiffs were smashing up other people's homes to really just highlight the injustice of what the Transport Secretary was doing.
Can I ask you, how did you obtain the Transport Secretary's private address?
I honestly can't remember. I recall that there had been a previous action where some chalk from Twyford Down was also taken to John McGregor's home. I can't remember where the information had come from that led to that action, but I knew his address from that earlier action.
And did you consider that publicising the private address of a high-profile politician, incidentally the head of the organisation you're campaigning against, might have caused a security issue for him and his family?
I would juxtapose that with the fact that the bailiffs acting on his behalf were causing far greater alarm, harassment and distress to the residents of Claremont Road. I would contrast it with what happened to one of the residents of, one of the long-standing residents involved in the long-standing campaign through the public inquiries, who one morning, very early in the morning when he wasn't yet dressed, had a call, are you there? Are you there? And the moment he said yes, the door of his home was smashed down in spite of the fact that he was caring for his elderly mother. She was taken out in shock on a stretcher from her home for the last time ever. And that and that happened to numerous other people on the route of the road. There was another guy who was looking after a 5-year-old severely autistic son who also had his door smashed down one day. I think that is a rather greater injustice. After all, cabinet level secretaries are expected to have a certain amount of thick skin, and they've got the weight of the state behind them to protect them, whereas the residents of Claremont Road had nothing of the sort.
Mr. Geffen, if I may repeat my request to keep your answers slightly brief, please, and also if you could slow down a little bit, I'd be grateful. Thank you very much. Looking back now, do you believe that taking a protest, even a peaceful one, to someone's private home might be taking it a bit too far?
No, I don't think that. I think this is exactly in the line that I talked about earlier, Gandhian direct action, going to the root of the problem. The Transport Secretary was ultimately the root of this problem. We were confronting the injustice. The people who got onto his roof were indeed charged with causing alarm, harassment and distress, and were found not guilty because it was held that John McGregor and his wife had not suffered alarm, harassment and distress. This had been an entirely peaceful protest. It had been conducted safely. Precautions had been taken. And this was, again, in that honourable tradition of civil disobedience, confronting the root cause of the problem in a peaceful way.
Was the Transport Secretary the only high-profile politician to be targeted?
No, there was, later in the summer, this was kind of somewhat going beyond road protests itself, but Michael Howard, who was then the Home Secretary, was passing the Criminal Justice Bill, as it then was, Act as it is now, 1994, which effectively criminalised a lot of the forms of direct action that we were engaged in, as well as many other things, squatting, raving, and therefore brought together a wider movement of groups who were targeted by his Criminal Justice Bill. So one of the things that he was criminalising was aggravated trespass or trespassory assembly. They're both criminalised in that bill. So we held a little trespassory assembly in his garden, entirely peacefully. We had a picnic. We had effectively a little piece of drama where we put the Criminal Justice Bill itself on trial, found it guilty. Again, as with the rooftop protests on John McGregor's house, this too attracted very positive coverage because it was going straight to the root of the problem in an entirely peaceful manner, but in a way that dramatised the injustice.
Was he home at the time?
No.
Did you know that?
We didn't know that. We did know, however, that he'd only recently bought that house, and therefore there was a fair chance that he hadn't moved in yet, and that turned out to be the case.
Can I ask you, what steps did you take, if any, to ensure that those who attended the garden picnic would not get carried away and resort to, for example, destroying his property?
As I recall, we held a little briefing on the coaches going down there, again reiterating all of the points about non-violent direct action, the legal implications of what people were doing so that people could make an informed decision as to what they were doing, because we had not advertised where we were going. We'd merely said we will be going for I can't remember the wording we used, but sort of an adventurous trespassory assembly. So we wanted to make sure people before people got there, once they were on the coach, that they knew what they were doing, knew where they were going, what the legal implications were, but we also stressed, as we always did, the importance of maintaining peaceful direct action. So I was very confident, as I was all along, that the people who we were networking to believed in the sort of things we stood for. If anyone had stepped out of order, we would have done nothing to defend them, but I never seriously feared that was going to happen. Our networks were, very solid on that common philosophy of believing in non-violent direct action.
Can we move on now to page 39? This is at paragraph 106 of your statement, where you say you carried out a good deal of police liaison,
yes,
notably with a police sergeant whom we don't need to name.
Yeah.
You say there was a reasonable level of mutual respect as he recognized that the group was sincere in its commitment to peaceful protest.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that neither he nor other officers involved in the last phase of the M11 campaign tried to present you as anything but peaceful. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you accept that those officers' observations contrast with some of the SDS reports about
Absolutely.
you and the group's actions?
Absolutely. No, I would give that officer credit for having never tried to make out that we were a violent movement, in contrast to so much of the propaganda that was, sent against Reclaim the Streets later on. That officer played absolutely fair in what he communicated to, via the media about the nature of our protest.
Can you think of any reason why there would be this contrast?
I think that would be a really good question to put to the SDS's management. Why was it that they were so out to smear us tarnish us with this label of being violent when we absolutely were not?
An example of this contrast, right or wrong, can be seen by the actions of the Department for Transport. Is that fair to say? In September 1994, for example, they obtained another injunction. And this one prevented you and others from trespassing on the work sites of the M11 link road.
Yep.
How did you and the group respond to this injunction?
We contested it, but I suspect I'm trying to remember the details. We saw it as an opportunity to publicise the injustice of the state again using its power to prevent us from taking the direct action we felt was justified. It helped that they brought that injunction against 11 of us, so we ended up being the No M11, which helped our publicity cause. We saw it more as an opportunity to publicise injustice. Ultimately, they obtained the injunction, but this was a point in the campaign when it was not that far from winding down. In fact, I think by the time that we actually got to the point where the injunction was granted, the houses had all gone, and we by this stage already moving on to reviving Reclaim the Streets, and therefore accepting the terms of the permanent injunction actually made no practical difference to us, because our focus had moved on by then.
And you refer to this injunction as a SLAP, it's SLAPP, which stands for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. And what made you say that?
There were a number of other SLAPs doing the rounds at that time, where either government or corporations were using what's now often referred to as lawfare to stymie protest, to silence protest, to prevent protest. So yes, this was, obviously the stated legal reason was to prevent the costs being imposed on the Secretary of State by the protest action, but in practice we saw this as we just want to muzzle protest, and we wanted to publicise that that's what the Secretary of State was doing.
Claremont Road was eventually evicted in late November, early December 1994, is that right?
Correct.
And that brought an end to the M11 Link Road campaign. Now,
not quite. There were a few other houses that were still to be demolished, and some people stuck around right to the bitter end. I and several others didn't. By the time we'd lost Claremont Road itself had been a sort of a prototype street party throughout the 6 months that we held it as a car-free street. We decorated it, we defended it, we built barricades, we built scaffold towers on the roofs of houses. There were all sorts of things that were both visually creative but also practical for defending against the eviction. But effectively it was a 6-month sort of street party, and the idea of street parties was therefore born on Claremont Road. And once Claremont Road went, this idea that we could hold street parties to move the debate on from opposing road schemes into moving on to opposing the wider car culture, which is what Reclaim the Streets had set up to do in its first incarnation. We were now a much better place to do it, and that's where we moved on to.
Thank you. I will get to that. Thank you.
Sure.
You've already mentioned this, but I want to ask you again. The fact that you deliberately sought to waste the government's road building budget.
Yeah.
Did you stop to consider the financial impact on the public purse? Taxpayers' money being, to yours, wasted?
Absolutely. As per my earlier answer, I remember saying this in the media. I would much rather that money had been spent on any number of things. This is exactly what we were communicating. There were so many other better uses of the money that the government was spending on the M11 Link Road and other road schemes, £24 billion of road building that was soon to be cut to just £6 billion. In that sense, we were successful in saving the public purse because that was 18 billion pounds of road budget that ended up not being spent on roads. So I absolutely justify the money that the 1 million. Tiny fraction of a percentage point of the total roads budget that was inverted commas wasted. Ultimately, we saved the public purse an awful lot of money, as well as averting an awful lot of greenhouse gas emissions from road traffic that would otherwise have been generated by all those other road schemes.
Can I move on now to the revival of the RTS in the summer of 1994? What prompted RTS's revival?
As I say, it was... The idea of street parties just seemed to us so obvious from what we'd kind of organically created on Claremont Road. This space, which had been a road for motor vehicles to provide access to people's front doors, was no longer was a car-free street where people could do all sorts of other things. Where the children who were of people involved in the campaigns could play in the street, they could decorate. Local school children were being brought down by their teachers to paint things on the walls of Claremont Road. This idea that what else can you do with street space when the cars aren't there was a really powerful idea, and we thought we need to replicate this. So effectively, no one can remember who had the idea of moving on and doing street parties. It was just such an obvious idea born out of Claremont Road.
You mentioned a core group.
Mm-hmm.
Was this a closed or open group?
It became a closed group because, and this was a pattern that would come to be replicated in many other movements since. We had open meetings, but there was one really important thing that needed to be kept secret, which was where was the street party going to take place and how was the party equipment going to get there, and so on. So we had open meetings, and the first open, we had held the first open meetings in early 1995, where we presented this idea, and obviously there were people a lot of the people there had already witnessed Claremont Road, so they were already receptive to the idea that we could replicate street parties on a busy street, transform a busy street from a street filled with cars into a street full of whatever everyone else wanted to do, children playing in the street and all the rest of it. We put this idea, the wider meeting endorsed it. We said there would need to be some secrecy around the destination, but there would be roles involved in creating banners, creating food, producing food for the party, distributing publicity, and so on. And therefore, there were some wider things that the open meeting could, people involved in the open meetings could do.
And just to confirm, you were part of the core group?
Yes.
I want to move on now to page 71. This is at paragraph 214 of your statement. It refers to a document. We don't need it up on screen, but for the transcript, it is MPS 0245714. That's 0245714. And that's at tab B3 of Mr. Geffen's bundle, sir. This is an event pro forma containing information about a weekly meeting of RTS that took place on the 21st of November 1995.
Yes.
Do you recall if you were at that meeting?
Yes, but not terribly clearly, if I'm honest.
Do you recall seeing UCO HN14, Jim Boyling, at that meeting?
No, I couldn't. Jim Boyling, this is... when is this? This was... the date of this meeting was... Can you help me with the date of this meeting?
21st of November 95.
95.
Yeah.
So Jim Boyling, by that stage, was... I think this was actually the first meeting that Jim Boyling attended. So he would have just been another face. There were, people who came and went, and to be honest, I don't have a good memory for faces. It runs in the family. My brother, my father also suffer from a very poor memory for faces.
The report suggests that the failure of the RTS action at the Earl's Court Motor Show was due to you trying to dominate the direction taken by the group. Do you accept that?
No, I think that is Jim Boyling at what seems to have been his first meeting, misreading what was actually going on. The background to this is a story in its own right, and I'm not sure whether you want to ask me a question about the time when the Forward Intelligence team intercepted me, but that was part of the background to this meeting. I had effectively been offered an opportunity to become a police informant and to be supported in any direct action proposal we took. I believed that that offer was insincere. Reclaim the Streets, the wider meeting, had come up with a plan for an action at the Earl's Court Motor Show, which just wasn't viable. The idea that we would somehow get away with getting into the Earl's Court Motor Show, despite having openly advertised where we're going, was never going to work. So I thought, well, let's take this police officer up on this offer of, supporting us to bring off whatever direct action we wanted. Sure enough, it didn't work. It led to frustration, entirely foreseeably, but I think that frustration, given the action plan that people had come up with, was inevitable. But I took the blame for it. But I don't think that was fair, and I think the fact that people were blaming me for it was, well, that was Jim Boyling misreading what was going on. In
Jim Boyling's statement, and we don't need it up on screen, for the transcript, the document number is UCPI 5036294, and that's a tab A2 of HN14's bundle. He refers to the document, paragraph 129 of his statement, and I quote, "Probably the first report, based on information provided by me to my handler about a meeting of Reclaim the Streets, RTS meetings were closed and not publicly advertised at this time." Is it correct?
No, absolutely incorrect. That was not a closed meeting. That meeting and others like it, weekly meetings, were openly advertised. As I say, we still didn't have the kind of budget to be able to put, place adverts or whatever, but we were distributing leaflets that carried, time, date, and place of when our regular meetings took place. Anybody who phoned up, who found our phone number, phoned up. They were openly welcome to join our meetings. That was definitely not a closed meeting.
And again, in your view, can you think of a reason why Mr. Boyling is reporting that the meetings were closed?
Again, I think that would be a good question to put to Jim Boyling. Whether he was just misunderstanding because he was invited along by, I understand from his statement, he was invited along by someone he had met through hunt sabbing. He may have got the wrong end of the stick, or he may have been hyping the value of his undercover reporting. I really don't know. I suggest that would be a question worth putting to Jim Boyling.
Mr. Boyling goes on to mention another instance where he states there was a closed meeting. This time it wasn't RTS, it was Earth First. Again, there's no need to bring it up on screen, but the document number is MPS 40169, and that's at tab C103 of HN14's bundle. in this document, he recounts an event involving the Silar Opencast mining site. And it mentions that you were excluded from a closed meeting. Do you have any knowledge of that?
No. I wouldn't be surprised if he is making things up. I would have, whether his claim is that I was told you're not allowed to join, or whether the meeting just took place without me being invited. I wouldn't have wanted to join a meeting about what to do in the circumstances where the original plan, which was to hold an action at Milford Haven Dock a year on from the oil spill, the oil spill at Milford Haven, that plan had clearly been thwarted. The meeting, as I understand, was to discuss, well, what was the alternative plan? I had no local knowledge. I had nothing. I wasn't, by this stage, I'd really stepped back from being involved in Reclaim the Streets. I would have had no wish to be involved in that meeting. I would have completely understood if people wanted to have a meeting that I wasn't going to be part of. But I never knew about that meeting. I have no reason to believe that there was an active decision taken to exclude me. I wouldn't have wanted to be included.
Thank you. Sir, wary of the time, might this be a good time for the morning break?
Certainly. Yeah. 15-minute break.
Mr. Geffen, we, before the break, finished talking about the M11 Link campaign. I want to return now to RTS. In your statement at page 17, paragraph 43, you refer to the first street party held on Camden High Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to enable this street party to go ahead, it was necessary to block off the street from vehicular traffic.
Yeah.
How was that done?
Sorting the paperwork. So, the plan that was hatched was to get two clapped out old cars, from Breaker's Yard, I think, or it might have been second hand. Again, strip them their, no, it wasn't strip them their motors, but two cars that I think had cost £100 each. They were parked up in opposite side roads on opposite sides of Camden High Street. Meanwhile, the people who'd come for the party had been told where to meet, which was in Kentish Town at a squatted centre that we were using for our regular meetings. So a lot of people involved in Reclaim the Streets already knew the venue. They were told to meet there. We had a little briefing beforehand. Again, stressing non-violence, giving people the legal information they needed to know, all that sort of stuff. And then the idea was they would travel by tube. They didn't know where they were going, but they were only going one tube stop from Kentish Town to Camden High Street. At the point where the first tube load of party-goers were coming out of the tube station, these two cars that were waiting in these side streets came out of the side streets, crashed into one another, which had the practical effect of blocking Camden High Street, which was a one-way street, the two drivers got out, and in a paroxysm of synthetic rage, it was all street theatre. They started smashing each other's cars up so that the street was then couldn't be reopened. Now, this freed up the space behind those two cars for the street party to begin. People filled the space with food, dancing, various sort of artworks, creativity, and of course, Camden High Street on a Saturday afternoon was full of people buying trendy things from Camden Market, for whom the idea that there was this car-free street instead of a traffic sort of a traffic stream separating the two sides of the road, this was very appealing and made for a much nicer place to enjoy a Saturday afternoon. So, actually, by the time the party was underway, the people who had come knowing that there was a party and the people who just happened to be there were sort of pretty much indistinguishable from each other.
And toward the evening, when it started to go dark, you say that the police chose to pick a fight with those remaining partygoers so they could all reopen the street for motor traffic.
Yes.
Well, looking back, would you accept that the police had a duty to try to reopen the road for traffic?
As a point of law, yes, I accept that. I think it was probably, with hindsight, one of the things we learnt was that we should have made sure that we had a plan for how to end without allowing the police to do that. We did indeed make such a plan for a later street party. We'll come to that, I'm sure.
We will. Just one last question. When you say they picked a fight, what do you mean exactly?
It was at a point in the evening where actually quite a lot of people were leaving. It was beginning to get dark. Some of the people who were still there were, just drunk or whatever, and they were easy pickings for the police to sort of start a fight with what was now a really quite reduced group of partygoers. So it was easy for pickings for the police, and with hindsight, we should have foreseen that they would do this. And as I say, it does seem that their motives, rather than they could, given the numbers that were there, they could probably have just peacefully dragged people off the street had they chosen to. But they decided to get their riot shields and their batons out in order to make out that the mood had turned ugly, a phrase I have seen in so many news reports of incidents like this, where in fact the mood turns ugly because the police get their riot shields and truncheons out.
And there was a second street party on the 23rd of July, 1995. This was in Upper Street in Islington, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were quite a few more attendees. You say approximately 4 times more.
Yes,
at this
that.
event than at the Camden event.
Yeah, yes.
Can I ask you, was there any violence that you witnessed or disorder at this event?
As at Camden, none until the police got their riot shields and batons out. It was a lovely day, and there is a media report quoted in my statement of someone from one of the local bars came out and said, "What a lovely peaceful day." A bus driver said, "It's fine, I've got my picnic." There's video footage that I've cited in a footnote to the statement where you can see just what a lovely day it was. There were kids playing in a sand pit. It was an entirely deliberate thing that we wanted our events to be the sort of events that people could bring their children to.
I want to ask you about some advice that you give to the people attending these parties. You state that while you're obviously hoping for a peaceful event, that the police may not treat it that way, and that you advised people what to do if arrested or assaulted, or if they saw someone else arrested or assaulted.
Sure.
My question is this: if your intentions were entirely peaceful, why did you anticipate and feel the need to warn people about potential police involvement in arrests or assaults?
Because you never know what the police are going to do. We'd already seen that, this tarnishing of our reputation by instigating a fight at the end of Camden. So we felt that it was our duty in a way to make sure that people were forewarned what might happen, so that they could make decisions as to whether they wanted to be involved, whether they wanted to leave before the police, before the police, took that kind of action, what to do if they were arrested, just to make sure people were as forewarned as possible for anything that we could foresee. We were just making sure that people would try and avoid a situation where people had a terrible experience because something unforewarned happened to them.
And you mentioned about advising people what to do if arrested or witnessing other people arrested. Very briefly, can you tell us what was this advice?
We were providing, I can't remember precisely, I think we sort of ran through briefly the sort of things that you could be arrested for, of which obstruction of the highway was the obvious main one, but breach of the peace were others, and what to do, what to say in the event of being arrested for anybody who found themselves being arrested for the first time in their lives, which is obviously a quite disorientating experience, particularly if it happens to you when you haven't planned for it, when you aren't anticipating it, when you don't particularly want it. Bearing in mind, as I say, my early direct action, I had not wanted to be arrested either, and so very conscious that people are at different points in their sort of different places in what they are prepared to do, what they're ready to do, what they don't want to happen, and to give people the information that they need to make the choices that are right for them.
Do you feel the police were acting proportionally that evening in the exercise of their duties?
No, there was absolutely no need for them to get their riot shields and their truncheons out, given the numbers who were left by the time they did that.
I want to move on now to the second half of 1995, excuse me, where you took a break from activism. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about an incident that occurred on the 29th of September 1995, where you encountered the police Forward Intelligence Team, or FIT team. You set this out in detail in paragraphs 53 to 61 of your statement. I don't need to take you there.
Sure.
But looking back now, can you tell us what happened?
Yes, briefly, as briefly as I can. I took a break working for developing environmental policy for a telecoms company out in Maidenhead. I was cycling to Paddington, taking the train to Maidenhead. That morning on arrival at Maidenhead station, had a tap on the shoulder. I was shown a police warrant. There were two police officers, one inspector, one more junior, and they tapped me on the shoulder to say that there was a warrant out for my arrest. This was because I had previously been arrested. I'd taken part in there were various demonstrations against the live export of animals. I'd been to one of those demonstrations and been arrested on that, and had then evidently failed to attend court. Now, I had no recollection. I'm pretty absolutely certain that I had not been notified of the court date. I suspect that the notification was actually, but I cannot prove that the notification of that court date was probably intercepted exactly to give the police the pretext to come and arrest me outside my work, just as I was arrived from work, within sight of my workplace, so that they could have a conversation with me. They offered me their mobile phones so that I could phone in, allegedly to claim I was at work, I was off sick. I said no, I'm not going to shy away from what's happening here. I made them take me into my workplace. I explained in front of them to my manager what was happening, and then they took me for a long drive from Maidenhead all the way to Colchester to attend a court hearing for allegedly having failed to attend court. During that conversation, during that drive, they effectively said, Reclaim the Streets, you've done wonderfully on maintaining peaceful direct action. One of the officers said he really enjoyed some of our actions. He'd tell his grandchildren about them. But wasn't I afraid that sooner or later those violent anarchists would infiltrate the movement? And he didn't put it as bluntly as this, but was I prepared to be a police informer if that ever happened? And he insinuated that some of the people who I was working with were potentially on that trajectory, which, no, you are just making that up. You're trying to scare me. So I did not accept his offer. This was the point where he offered that if we wanted to be able to kind of do things, hold street parties or whatever, he would facilitate them. Which is exactly why we ended up in that situation I touched on earlier where I took him up on the offer because I believed it was insincere to be able to get into the Earl's Court motor show. And sure enough, it did turn out to be insincere. We ended up in a little police pen, unable to do anything effective. But I was effectively offered the opportunity to become a police informer. It was just really underhand, the way in which that was done.
And was at the point where you also learned that you had been followed by a police officer on a bike from your home?
Correct.
How did that make you feel?
They told me how they had come to find out that I was working in Maidenhead. They had had a police officer who had tried to follow me from my home to Paddington Station. They told me that they'd lost me a couple of times because I cycled too fast round Hyde Park Corner. So they'd had to follow me sort of several times before they actually worked out where I was going each morning. But there they were. They arrested me outside my workplace to take me for a long drive from Maidenhead to Colchester and have this lovely, friendly conversation with me.
Reflecting on it now, how does that incident make you feel?
I just think how utterly insincere it was that the police were trying to make out that this fear, which was obviously at least a hypothetical fear of violent anarchists infiltrating our movement, but one that was really only theoretical. I never really believed that it would happen because we had such a strong culture of non-violence. And the way that he tried to insinuate that people around me were on that course moving towards a more violent form of anarchism, no, it just wasn't true. He was trying to insinuate a whole load of stuff that just wasn't true in order to get me to be an informer. I wasn't having it. And I stand by that.
And at paragraph 62 in your statement, you make an observation about HN 14, UCO Jim Boiling, and the fact that his deployment began 2 months after this incident. Mm-hmm. Can you expand on why you mentioned this?
Well, this is because I think there is a question to be put both to Boiling and to the police more generally about what was the relationship between undercover police and uniformed police, but also police informants. Now, again, I'm going to have to resist the temptation to jump ahead, but we know of 2 other police informants who were, as well as undercover police officers, who were later to spy on Reclaim the Streets and other movements. What was the relationship between them? Was there duplication? Were they aware of each other? How was their intelligence being used? What what kind of dynamics were going on between the different bits of the police and intelligence gathering agencies and individuals that I think this inquiry needs to explore more fully. I can't fully answer those questions. I think they need to be explored with the people who can answer better, who will have much better. I'm an outsider to those power dynamics.
You reached early 1996, and you then returned to RTS. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was a return to full-time activism?
Yes.
And upon your return, what role did you assume within RTS?
Well, the Reclaim the Streets by that stage, Reclaim the Streets was sort of two things. It was a group in London, but it was a slogan for groups around, Earth First groups and others around the rest of the country, a slogan and a tactic. So there were other groups by this stage who were organising street parties, which they would just talk about as, we're doing a Reclaim the Streets. But we, the group in London, were now planning on a much bigger street party than the ones we'd organised in Camden and Islington. We knew it had to be bigger because if we tried to just simply repeat what we'd done before, the police, knew how we organised the previous ones. So we needed to plan more intensively for larger numbers of people. So we held the plan. We wanted to go for a bigger venue. We spent quite a bit of time deciding what the venue would be. We had a short list, but we eventually settled on the M41, which was Britain's shortest motorway. It's no longer a motorway. It's the little section of motorway alongside what's now the Westfield Shopping Centre from Shepherd's Bush to White City. It was then a motorway. A leftover from the 1960s plans for a whole motorway box around London, and we planned to hold a party there with what ended up being several thousand people, not least because that Criminal Justice Bill Act had now been passed, bringing us together not only with people involved in various forms of protest, squatting, but also it had also criminalised raving, the any kind of music involving repetitive beats. So there was a whole kind of rave scene that were also completely up for joining in a street party. So we had a lot more. We were able to hold a party with a lot more people by this stage, but we needed to plan more intensively for how we were going to get the people and all the equipment and the food and all the rest of it to the party venue.
I want to move on to the M41 street party. You were involved in planning that, is that correct?
Yes.
And this was held on the 13th of July, 1996.
Yes.
You say approximately, in terms of numbers, a range between 6,000 to 10,000 people.
Yes.
Attended.
I'll pick 8,000 as the middle of the range. Yeah, something like that.
Did you consider then that a crowd of that size might contain elements of more extreme or violent factions that could lead to violence or disturbances?
As per previous answers, there was, of course, a hypothetical risk, but there was also such a strong culture of that's not going to help our cause. So yes, we similarly, had briefings for people, and it was very much a kind of, no, we are going to have a party, we're going to have an event that children can take part in, play in the middle of a motorway. This was, a kind of transformational vision of what you can do when you transform the space that's normally filled with cars and pollution and all the rest of it into a place where children could play. And for anybody who wanted to instigate violence in the midst of where children were playing, that was clearly going to be out of order. So I think we were setting everything up to create a space where non-violence would prevail. And as I say, this time, we did learn from the one mistake I think we made in our earlier street parties. We made a plan and we disseminated that plan through the crowd that we were going to end the party so that the police did not have the pretext to instigate disorder at the end of the day. We said, we're turning off the sound systems, this party will end. And it disbanded entirely peacefully.
I want to go on to ask you again about Jim Boiling. This is at paragraph 71 of your statement, where you raise the question whether the maintenance of public order was in fact the real reason for Boiling's continued deployment within RTS after the M41 party.
Absolutely.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think all the evidence that Boiling and or his managers must have been aware of, indeed, the evidence that we've seen, they were expecting a carnival mood, and they recorded only minor disorder. That's their quote. I wouldn't even go that far. That they had the very clear evidence that our intentions were anything but. We were taking much more active steps now to avoid any of the kind of disorder, if disorder means violent confrontation or instigating fear. We were working very hard to avoid that, and the police knew that. So I do wonder why this, particularly in the light of the fact that once Boiling was at the heart of Reclaim the Streets, disorder became more prevalent. It does seem that the police were actually using their intelligence gathered by Boiling and others to create a greater likelihood of disorder in order to tarnish our reputation and for all sorts of other reasons. We were working very hard to prevent it.
In and around the autumn of 1996, you stepped back from activism.
Sure.
Yet you continue to participate in RCS actions, is that right? To what extent did you still participate?
I was by that stage. I was doing a degree, a transport masters. I was going to go back into sort of more mainstream ways of tackling car culture through, working on sustainable transport professionally. I was no longer regularly going to Reclaim the Streets meetings. However, I still wanted to support what Reclaim the Streets was trying to do. So I'd be available if, when other actions were being planned, the subsequent Mayday, the various Mayday carnivals, the carnival against capitalism, the never mind the ballots action in Trafalgar Square. I was available for those, but I wasn't around to do the organising in the regular weekly meetings. And is it correct or accurate to say that at this stage you were no longer one of the principal organisers? Correct.
I want to ask you now about an incident that took place by the M25 Dartford Bridge toll booth.
Yeah.
This involved planning to occupy a BP tanker.
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened and what your role was, please?
Yes. The part of what was going on within Reclaim the Streets was a desire to broaden the agenda further still. I talked about how we moved on from opposing roads to opposing, car dependence, car culture. And there was this desire to go beyond that, to sort of say, well, fossil fuels, oil, and all the rest of it, as part of the wider problem. So the plan, which I want to note that Jim Boiling ascribes in one of his reports, claims that I was an organiser of this event. I was absolutely not, and I would urge the inquiry to ask him why he named me as an organiser. I wasn't. I was, if anything, actually a rather reluctant participant, I have to admit. I didn't particularly fancy the idea of getting arrested on Dartford Bridge once I was into my degree course, but I had sort of said to myself, I want to continue to support Reclaim the Streets as and when needed. The plan was to stop an oil tanker as it slowed down on the approach to one of the toll booths at the northern end of the bridge going southbound, to have a couple of cars, hired cars I think, in front of it to make sure that it was, once it had stopped at the toll booths, that it would stay stopped so that people could safely climb onto it. And I can't remember what the banner was going to say or anything like that. To be honest, my memories of this are somewhat hazy, but the plan was to stop an oil tanker as it stopped at one of the toll booths on the M25 at the northern end of the Dartford Bridge.
You said that you were a reluctant participant in this. Why did you participate if you were reluctant? I
was sort of a little bit torn between I really want to support the cause versus I could do without the disruption of an arrest in high-profile circumstances now that I'm doing my degree course. It was much more. It was very much sort of relating to my personal circumstances.
I want to take you to a document. I'm not going to show it up on screen. It's, for the record, MPS 40169. We've discussed it earlier. It's at tab C103 of HN14's bundle, sir. And in this document, he recounts an event involving the Sealar Opencast mining site. We've discussed that earlier, and you suggest at page 67, paragraph 196 in your statement, that he was trying to sex up the significance of his intelligence.
Yes.
What makes you say that?
Well, actually, this is also relevant to the previous point about Dartford, where in the aftermath of that, despite having provided intelligence that the action was to be safe and was to block just one toll booth, there was police intelligence doing the rounds to help Jim Boyling get his commendation to whatever the police were trying to do to make out their role was far more important, that they averted a far more dangerous and destructive action that could have caused, chaos on the whole motorway network. No, that was absolutely not the case. And I also wonder whether he was, making out that there were conflicts. There were conflicts in which I was being excluded from meetings in order to highlight this idea that, there were tensions that the police and the spy cops could exploit. This person doesn't like that person. Some people are kind of trying to be more peaceful, others are trying to be more anarchistic. None of it was true, but I think there was real pressure on it looks like there was real pressure on the spy cops to try and identify and exploit those kind of dynamics, and they just weren't there. As I say, there was also apparent from that incident where the Forward Intelligence team tried to suggest that some of my friends involved in Reclaim the Streets earlier on were also on that trajectory towards a more violent anarchism. They just seemed obsessed with trying to find these splits that they could, drive wedges within our movement.
So on the whole, in your view, and from the reports that you have seen of HN14, Mr. Boyling, how would you rate their accuracy?
Variable. There were, as I say, the claim that I was an organiser of the M25 action, just wrong. The claims that, there are conflicting messages from Jim Boyling's and other spy cops' evidence. Sometimes they would sort of say, yeah, it's going to be disorderly. Sometimes they would say, no, we know that it's not going to be disorderly. There's some really mixed messages as to what they were saying, and it's really unclear why they were saying some of the things that they said. I'm just trying to think other inaccuracies besides making out that there was a conflict going on in the aftermath of the Earl's Court. Yes, there were some tensions, but nothing like, we can drive a wedge in this movement. There were some specific tensions around what had happened on that action, but they just seemed to sort of want to find more tensions that were really there.
I want to take you down to April 1997. This is ahead of the 1997 general election, and I want to ask you about the Reclaim the Ballots demonstration.
Yes.
Did you participate in that?
I was prevented from doing so. I had intended to do so. However, on the eve of that action, one of the things that Reclaim the Streets had done was to produce a spoof newspaper that looked like the Evening Standard, but was called Evading Standards. You may want to, I'm not sure whether you want to ask me a separate question on that, but it provides the context for why I was unable to participate in Never Mind the Ballots. I was arrested wrongfully. The three of us who were arrested at the point when we were starting to distribute this spoof newspaper, this was in the run-up to the 1997 general election. The headline on the front of this free newspaper that was due to be given out at tube stations all across London was "General Election Cancelled." It was all about what's wrong with the political system and so on. We were prevented from distributing it. I and two others were arrested on the eve of that action. We were then bailed to return to Walworth Road Police Station at exactly the time that the Never Mind the Balance demonstration was taking place, allegedly to be interviewed. And then when we showed up when we showed up at Walworth Road Station, there was nobody to interview us. So we were held for a long time while they tried to find somebody to interview us, and then we were released once Trafalgar Square was cordoned off, and I couldn't join in. So and we successfully obtained wrongful arrest compensation. It really seems as if even Jim Boyling's evidence that we've now seen through the disclosure suggests that the police got something very wrong in arresting the three of us. We obtained our £6,000 each of wrongful arrest compensation.
And as you say, the impact of your arrest was to miss the demonstration. Is that correct?
Well, that was the impact on me.
Yes.
But as I say, there was also a wider impact in that this spoof newspaper, which would have been incredibly newsworthy in communicating why we were holding that action, was prevented from going out, and it does look like another act of political policing, not the only one in Reclaim the Streets' history, where the purpose of the arrest seems to have been to prevent us from getting our message out rather than to prevent disorder, and it's not the only occasion on which that happened.
And looking back now, how does that make you feel when you think about what happened that day?
It makes me feel that this was an example of political policing. It had, although the ostensible reason for the undercover cops' involvement was to prevent this disorder, there are a whole load of reasons which I suspect we'll come to in a moment as to why it appears that the police were using Jim Boyling's evidence to create a situation in which disorder was more likely, not less likely, whilst preventing us from getting our message out. Moving on,
you ventured into anti-capitalist activism in the late 90s, is that correct?
Yes, the Reclaim the Streets moved on, as I say, from having started with the road protests being opposing road schemes to opposing wider car culture, to taking on capitalism more generally and oil in particular. Now, there were various debates about how quickly we should move on. I was at the more cautious end, sort of saying, "Hang on, let's stick with the focus on the car and explain why this epitomises what's wrong with capitalism." But others was like, "Let's just go straight for capitalism." I was a little uneasy about that, not as it were on principle. I agreed with the need to highlight the ecological, environmental, social justice damage being caused by the capitalist economic system, but I also felt that in terms of being able to communicate with the public, we would have done better. I can never know whether I was right about this, but I think we might have done better if we just stuck with the car for a little longer.
Can I ask you a question about the J18 carnival against capitalism?
Sure.
I'm not going to ask you about the actual carnival itself. It's a very specific question. It's been suggested by another witness who will be giving evidence to this inquiry as well, that it was Jim Boyling, Agent 14, who had the idea to purchase a number of cars and crash them at both ends of the street to create a closed-off street. Were you aware of this?
No, not at the time. I think you will be hearing more evidence about that this afternoon.
At this stage, you ceased to be involved in planning RTS activities, is that right?
Yes, I turned up for the carnival against the capitalism, but by this stage I was effectively a punter, somebody who showed up on the day. I'd had no prior role. I'd no prior role in organising any of it.
And RTS eventually closed down in 2002?
Yes, roughly. I mean, it kind of fizzled out. I'm not sure that there was ever a formal, we're going to wrap it up. It just fizzled out by then, yes.
Can I move on now and ask you about the climate camps?
Yes.
Can you tell us briefly about Climate Camp? What was it? What were its aims and format?
So the idea for Climate Camp was born out of what was effectively the last sort of anti-capitalist action that took place in the UK. For all that Reclaim the Street sort of fizzled out, what had happened at the Carnival Against Capitalism in 1999 had sparked an international movement of of protests against, capitalism, whether it was the World Trade Organization or the G8, whenever they showed up in cities, whether it was in Seattle, Prague, Genoa, people would hold mobilizations to oppose the capitalist roadshow. Then they came back to Britain in 2006 and held a protest camp, not in a city, but in the countryside, in Gleneagles in Scotland. That forced people to work out how to hold a protest camp in the open air. And it was a huge amount of work. I went, again, I wasn't involved in organising, but I did go. And out of that was born the idea that we could do a similar sorts of camps to highlight the sources of climate emissions. And so the following year, and for several years after that, I think I got the year wrong. The Gleneagles camp was 2005. The first climate camp was 2006 at Drax, which was then a coal-fired power station, and there were subsequent climate camps at Heathrow in 2007, Kingsnorth, which is another coal-fired power station, in 2008, at the offices of the Royal Bank of Scotland, who were dubbed the Oil Bank of Scotland because of what they were investing in 2009, to really, again, to hold camps to shut down sources of, major sources of climate emissions.
I will get to Drax in a moment.
Okay, sure.
Before I do, on the structure of the climate camps, there was something called a land group.
Yes.
And you say in your statement this was secret.
Yes.
Can you explain what this was and why it was kept secret?
For very much the similar reasons to why the core group in Reclaim the Streets was also a secret group. There were open meetings for people involved in climate camp. I did come back into being involved to the extent that I was regularly going to climate camp meetings, which were taking place every month or 2 months, to decide roughly what we wanted to do, but not precisely where we would go. The land group had the task of working out precisely where to hold the camp and how to get all of the equipment, the marquees, other tents, kitchen equipment, toilets, composting infrastructure, all the things that were needed for people to be able to hold an action camp for several days in open countryside, close to those various places that we were targeting over those subsequent years. That had to be kept secret because the precise location was clearly a thing that, if the camp was going to work, they needed to keep that secret.
Did they engage with the owners of the land?
Did they
engage with the owners of the land?
As soon as people arrived, as I understand it, members of the land group, as soon as a landowner showed up, or any kind of agencies of the landowner, or the police offered to provide a dialogue with the landowner, or whatever. I was never part of this, but I understand that negotiations were always held and were always successfully completed, and we, made undertakings which were always kept to tidy up, to not destroy any. People had, the land group, as I understand it, were always very careful to find places where we would not be destroying crops, interfering with livestock, doing ecological damage. They were finding, places that were fallow, where they could negotiate with the landowner to sort of say, we will leave tidily after, and they'd give, the timescales. And so those negotiations always took place. I was aware of that. I heard about it. I was never part of it. It was done by members of the land group, and I, never actually knew precisely who they were, but we just heard feedback that they'd managed to negotiate with the landowner and all was well, we'd be able to stay.
And is it correct that UCO Mark Kennedy was a member of this land group?
So I now gather. I was unaware of that at the time. I never knew.
You don't know this from your own
at the
experience.
time. Sorry,
you don't know this from your own experience.
No, correct.
Right.
I understand that from what I've learned since. I never knew at the time who were the members of the land group, whether it was Mark Kennedy or anybody else.
How well did you know Mark Kennedy at the time?
A little bit, not very well. He was a familiar face. As I say, I was going to climate camp meetings. He had been one of the many faces that was there. But as I said earlier, I didn't have a great memory from faces. But he was somebody who I gradually his face seeped into my consciousness. I knew of him, and then there was an occasion which I suspect you'll have a question about, when I needed to, one of the role I took on at the first climate camp and indeed subsequent camps was to be part of the legal team. And one of my roles was to work out who'd been arrested and make sure we got transport to get them back, particularly when, as in the case of Mark Kennedy, he and the group he was arrested with were released from police custody a long way from the climate camp in the middle of the night, and I had to arrange transport for him to get back. I had no idea that he was a police spy.
I'm asking in your view, so if it's not within your own experience, please say so, but if it is, how well connected would you say that Mark Kennedy was likely to be with others who were central to organising the climate camps?
I didn't know at the time how central he was. I would have known that he was a regular face. It would therefore not have surprised me to have known that he was, involved in the land group. But yeah, he was mostly active in Nottingham and Leeds, whereas I was based in London. So he was, part of the wider national network rather than the London-specific network, which was my main kind of circle of people I knew.
Turning now to the first climate camp, the Drax coal-fired
Yes.
power station, I want to take you to paragraph 124 of your statement, if I may, where you say you were part of the legal team.
Yes.
And that, and I quote, you regularly advised people who were arrested together to debrief and exchange information about what had happened while they were still together before returning home from the camp.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this appropriate advice in your view?
Yes, absolutely. This was to make sure that people who would then have to go on and prepare their defences had, as good an understanding as possible of, piecing together the jigsaw of what had happened to whom and when, so that they were as well placed as possible to identify inconsistencies in the evidence that the police or, security guards or whoever mounted against them. As I say, from my earlier experience that I talked about on the No M11 campaign, I was well aware that the police would sometimes fabricate evidence. I had been subjected to that, and therefore it was important for people to be able to kind of, have as much information together, to be able to piece together the jigsaw so that they could mount their defences.
I want to ask you about Mark Kennedy's proximity to the legal advice. Was he part of the legal team?
No.
Given that you advised people who were arrested to exchange information, in your recollection, would Mark Kennedy have been party to such conversations?
I think it very likely, because he was, he was so part of that kind of the group that were at the centre of climate camp organising. I find it very unlikely that he was not party to conversations with others who had been arrested, particularly given that he was arrested himself at this action which resulted in me having to arrange transport for him and others to get back to the climate camp from places around the northeast, from Hartlepool, Cleveland, Middlesbrough and so on. I've little doubt that he was party to conversations with his co-arrestees about the circumstances of their arrest, and I would really urge the inquiry to ask him what information he gleaned from conversations like that, because I've little doubt they would have taken place.
And it follows from your view on that you believe that there was a risk, in your view, that Mark Kennedy, as a trusted member, was allowed access to confidential discussions about legal issues involving other members.
I think it highly likely that would have happened. I say, very unlikely that it would not have happened, if anything.
Can you recall if charges were brought against Mark Kennedy or his co-arrestees following the arrests?
No, they were not.
They were not.
Which, in hindsight, is kind of curious. And again, it may be that other people involved in the climate camp disclosure have now seen more evidence as to how come charges were not brought against Mark Kennedy, but the very fact that they were not brought in circumstances where one of the undercover police officers had been arrested should have been with hindsight, looks like a bit of a red flag.
I want to ask you about a specific incident involving Mark Kennedy. You already touched upon this at a time. I think you drove a minivan, and he drove it back to the camp.
Yes,
is that
absolutely.
correct? And it was during that trip back to the camp when Mark Kennedy was driving. You were in the van at the time?
I was in the back of the van now, yes.
Where, in your statement, you said he drove the minibus straight at one of the police officers who was standing near the gateway, forcing
Yes.
that officer to run out of the way for his own safety. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Did you confront this?
No, I didn't. It did strike me as odd. I did wonder, it just struck me as an act of bravado. I suspect that if the police officer had failed to run out of the way, he would have hit the emergency brake. But it just struck me as he is showing off that he was known for regularly wanting to kind of incite more disorder, a more confrontational attitude, and this was, just a part of a pattern of Mark Kennedy's behaviour.
Can we move on to the second climate camp? That's what took place at Heathrow Airport in
Yes.
2007, is that right? Mm-hmm. Was this not have been a security risk, in your view?
No, this was just going. We spent a lot of time making the decision about whether or not to go to Heathrow, and people felt that during the climate camp gathering where we made that decision, people were gradually coming round to the idea that it could be done safely. There were still people who were very concerned that we would be branded as terrorists, and we did think, how will we make sure we're not? We found a field that was away from the flight path. The flight path basically goes, planes coming in or taking off east or west, depending on which way the wind's going. Our campsite was to the north, so off-site, out of the way of the noise of the planes. The media did attempt to brand us as terrorists. There was a story in the Evening Standard about how there was a plot to create, to plant some fake bombs. There was no evidence for it. We responded by having a little photo call where people put copies, blew up as in enlarged, I should hasten to say, enlarged images of the front cover of the report from the International Panel on Climate Change, their latest report on the climate risks we were then facing, and the slogan we went out to the media with was, "We are armed only with peer-reviewed science." This is our way of saying, no, this is nothing to do with terrorism. We are taking on a much greater security threat to our future.
We don't need to go into details, but I want to ask briefly about an injunction obtained by BAA, the owners of Heathrow Airport, to prevent the action taking place. Mm-hmm. You refer to it in your statement as an absurd injunction, another example of a strategic lawsuit against public participation.
Absolutely, yes.
Why do you think it's absurd?
Because it included injuncting people and organisations who were involved in the Heathrow Against Climate Action HACAN, which included groups like the National Trust, patron the Queen. It would have ultimately meant that the Queen was not allowed to travel on the Piccadilly line to Heathrow. That it was that absurd in the scope of what was prohibited under the injunction.
And when was the injunction obtained? Do you recall that?
Not precisely. I'm sure I could find the media coverage. There was a lot of coverage of the injunction. I think I exhibited some of the media coverage in my statement, if I recall right. It was about 2 or 3 weeks before the camp took place, and obviously, in a way, it helped us to publicise the camp because the injunction itself was so outrageous in its scope.
And in your view, how do they know to obtain an injunction 2 or 3 weeks before the event?
It was being very openly publicised that the camp was to set up near Heathrow to effectively confront the climate emissions caused by Heathrow and our overdependence on the fossil fuels that get burnt by aircraft. And the whole point about Heathrow is they were trying to obtain permission to expand, to build another runway, to destroy a lot of homes in the village of Sipson and exacerbate the climate emergency. And we were there to confront all of that. The fact that they obtained this injunction, in a way, supported our publicity machine.
Can I move on now to a different topic? This involves the arrest of 114 people.
Yes.
Including yourself, in Nottingham on the 13th of April 2009.
Yes.
This was in relation to a climate-related action which would take place at the coal-fired power station of Redcliffe on Soar, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were among those arrested?
Yes, as was Mark Kennedy.
Whom you then knew as Mark Stone, is that correct?
Correct.
And you and most of the group who were arrested were eventually released without charge, is that right?
Correct.
Of those remaining, you say they were split into two groups.
Yes.
Both charged with conspiracy for agreeing to commit aggravated trespass. One group was called the Justifiers.
Yes.
And they openly admitted their involvement, but they said they were justified in their actions.
Indeed.
And they ended up being convicted. Is that
Initially.
correct?
Initially.
And the Deniers was the second group. They denied being part of any agreement, and the prosecution against that group ultimately discontinued before trial in January 2011. Is that correct? Do you have any thoughts as to why the Deniers case was discontinued?
No, to be honest, I haven't thought about that question. Why the Deniers case? Yes, I don't know. I suspect, but it'd be interesting to know, that this was because Mark Kennedy was one of the people arrested. We now know that, of the 114 people arrested, 113 of us went to Mike Schwartz as our defence solicitor, and the 114th was Mark Kennedy. We now know, but we didn't know at the time, that he was then taken off active duty because, he was, if the case was proceeded against all 114 of us, he would have ended up in the dock alongside the rest of us. And therefore, he was by this stage, by being arrested in that situation, he'd effectively made himself a liability. So I wouldn't be in the least surprised if that's why prosecutions were dropped against most of us, and possibly why they were also dropped against the six, the Deniers. But again, I think this is a question for the inquiry to explore further. What was going on? All we know is that it was the start of the process that led to us finding out that Mark Stone was actually Mark Kennedy, a police spy.
You mentioned in your statement that there was undisclosed evidence from Mark Kennedy which was relevant to the case and not disclosed. Is that correct?
That is correct. He, a couple of years later, by which time he'd lost his job in the police, but he had gone on holiday with his partner at the time, and at the border, his passport had said Mark Kennedy when she thought his name was Mark Stone, and this was one of several things that started to unravel his legend, leading eventually to his friends confronting him, his former friends, confronting him with the evidence that they pieced together by this stage and saying, "You're a police spy," and he broke down in tears, as I understand it, and confessed. Now, I, as somebody who wasn't there for any of that, was initially wary of this claim that he was a police spy, because we were very wary, just generally, of, myths being started. That person is a police spy. It could create massive distrust that people were alleging, X alleges the Y is a police spy. So we wanted more evidence. Well, later, my then downstairs neighbour obtained that evidence because he was one of the justifiers. He was one of the 20 people who was convicted. And he and his other co-defendants had made the argument that they were there to avert the climate emissions, The counter-argument put by the Crown Prosecution Service was, no, you just wanted to get in the media, and they were convicted on that basis that their claim to be averting climate emissions was insincere. Following that conviction, Mark Kennedy, now pushed out of his job in the police and left without support, as we understand it, got in touch with my downstairs neighbour, phoned him up, said he wanted to speak. My downstairs neighbour took the precaution of recording the conversation in which Mark Kennedy said, I've been shafted by the police. I was there in that room where we held that briefing, where we were told how much CO2 emissions we would avert if we shut down Ratcliffe-on-Store power station for a day, and that evidence that Mark Kennedy had recorded had not been disclosed to my downstairs neighbour and his co-defendants, and therefore their convictions were unsound. And this is why I said they were only convicted initially, because those convictions were overturned, because the evidence that Mark Kennedy had recorded as a police spy had not been disclosed to them as it legally should have been.
I take you now to some questions about public disorder and breaking the law. What is your attitude towards public disorder? You've touched upon this before, so I don't need you to go into detail. But looking back today, what briefly is your attitude towards public disorder?
It depends on what you mean by disorder, but I think in the sense in which it is commonly understood, as in confrontation, threatening, violent, I'm against it, very clearly against it. It is completely antithetical to everything I stand for, everything that the movements I've been part of stand for, a fairer, more socially just, more harmonious world. And that to engage in that kind of confrontation was just not just antithetical to what I believe in, but what I strongly believe was the common belief of all of the movements that I participated in. To engage in disorder would have been absolutely antithetical to everything we stood for. And this is why I was always very confident that if anybody had proposed anything involving that kind of confrontation, it would never have got through the consensus decision-making processes of any of the groups I was ever involved in, because other people would have blocked it. Consensus decision-making, I'll try and outline this very briefly. Consensus decision-making is all about not simply voting, not making decisions by having 52% in favour, 48% against, but making sure you listen to the concerns of people who are perhaps in a minority, as happened with the Heathrow decision, where there was a minority who were really concerned about the possible implications of holding a climate camp, and we listened very carefully to their concerns, and we adapted their plan until we got to the point where everybody was at least content for it to go ahead. And ultimately, some of the people who'd had those reservations got very fully stuck into it. It's a very powerful decision-making process that makes sure that you never upset a narrow minority. You try to bring everybody behind, as fully as you can, behind any decision. And anybody who had proposed any kind of violent confrontation, disorderly confrontation, that proposal would have been strongly blocked in any movement that I was ever part of.
Move on now to talk about, and again, we have touched upon this in the past, your attitude towards the law.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about the time you made a Nazi salute in court?
Yes, it's an incident that I'm not proud of. I provided an account of it in my written statement. It arose in the context of an action as another road protest up in Lancashire, the construction of the M65. There was a row of houses due for demolition. I was one of several people arrested, resisting eviction from those houses. The magistrate then, we had bail conditions imposed. Everybody involved in that protest who was arrested had bail conditions to stay off the route. Excuse me. The magistrate, the stipendiary magistrate, then kept perpetuating those bail conditions, not just in our case, but in many other arrests. We argued, there were several of us who were co-defendants in the same action, we argued that this was an abusive process. The stipendiary magistrate, rather understandably, did not want to find himself guilty of an abusive process. He went out of the room to find a tape recorder to record his reasons why he had not abused the process in perpetuating our bail conditions. One of my other co-defendants proposed that we do an Nazi salute when he came back into the room. He didn't look up, and therefore my co-defendants all sort of sheepishly sat back down again. When he looked up, I was the one person still doing a Nazi salute. He sent me down into the court cells for, contempt of court. I purged my contempt of court later. I'm not proud of it, but I do wonder, firstly, why is that question relevant to an inquiry on police spying? Was a rather silly gesture of contempt for the magistrate, a justification for undercover policing? And secondly, who was the undercover police officer who recorded the intelligence about that? And what legal information was he party to? I believe that intelligence was gathered from Boiling. It's in his. It's not clear from the document itself, but it's in his disclosure folder. And I therefore wonder what legally privileged information he might also have been party to on that occasion.
Can I go on and ask, have you ever used pseudonyms?
Have I ever used
Pseudonyms?
Yes. There were various cases around, particularly Reclaim Streets, where we were concerned to avoid news stories that became about the individuals. I had been subjected to one where the Evening Standard, did a sort of personal expose of me, my lifestyle. They went behind my back and interviewed my father, who said some pretty supportive things, actually. But the whole idea that the story became me was something I was very opposed to, and everyone else was too. So we were apt to use pseudonyms in order to not make it easy for the police or the media, particularly the media, to turn us into the story. And of course, the most acute case was arising from the Newbury Bypass campaign, when the media made a huge story out of the road protester known as Swampy, and he became the story instead of the reasons why the protest was happening, and we wanted to avoid that.
I want to finally ask you about your own knowledge and interaction with UCOs. I've already covered this with respect of HN 14 Jim Boiling, and to an extent HN 100 Mark Kennedy as well. HN 78 Trevor Morris, do you recall him at all?
No, I have absolutely no recollection of him. I wonder why he was gathering evidence on me, though. It's from the disclosure evidence, it's become evident that he recorded my bank details. I do wonder why he did that. I also wonder whether there was more spying going on around both Twyford Down, as I say. I mentioned the lack of disclosure from Andy Davey, but I also wonder whether there is undisclosed evidence from Trevor Morris. And indeed, I understand that Peter Francis also had some involvement in spying on the M11 campaign, and I would really love to see that, as well as that point I mentioned earlier about my special branch file, dated sometime in 1993. I'd love to know more about that, because I feel there is evidence that hasn't been disclosed.
Mr. Geffen, my final question to you is about the impact on yourself of learning that you were being reported on and followed from your home by undercover police. How do you feel about that?
This is disconcerting, but in my case, not a huge surprise. I already knew that I had been followed, and that incident in Maidenhead that I talked about earlier. I think the thing that was most unsettling was to find out that the way in which the state was gathering evidence on us was by placing people who were right at the heart of our social networks. We kind of assumed that things were happening like our phones being bugged. And it does surprise me that it is easier for the police to obtain authorization around the bugging of someone's phone than to place a police spy in our midst to gather the kind of intrusive evidence that they gathered. But I have to say that in my case, the invasion of my privacy was far less than many of the people who are also involved in this inquiry. And I do partly wonder why, other people who have much more compelling stories to tell have not been invited to give evidence. I'm very pleased to be able to have the opportunity to provide this evidence this morning, but I believe there are others who should have been invited to give evidence too.
Mr. Geffen, thank you. I have no further questions for you. Is there anything that you now want to add that we have not covered?
Probably rather a lot, to be honest. Let me just go to my notes. I have touched on the point about police informants. There were other police informants involved in our movement. I did mention that briefly earlier. In particular, there was a guy who we knew involved in the Newbury bypass campaign who visited my flat at least once when I was living with somebody who had also been involved in the Newbury bypass campaign. Nick Gratwick was recently convicted of some horrific child abuse pornography offences, child abuse offences. During his trial, it was publicly confirmed that he was a police informer during the Newbury campaign, but also on Reclaim the Streets and Greenpeace and other movements. I would love to know, I would love the inquiry to explore why was he recruited initially by Thames Valley Police, what use was made of his evidence, how was it fed through from Thames Valley, presumably transferred to the Met or wherever he was going once he was spying on Reclaim the Streets and other movements. There was another, what was known about his behaviour was, did the police already know about his kind of misconduct at the point when he recruited him as a police informer? What evidence was going on? Did the police know about the fact that there were police spies and police informants both spying on the same movements? Was there unnecessary duplication or exchange? What was going on? There was another police informant who Jim Boyling alleged was a police informant. We've only got his word for it, but we suspect it was true. It'd be nice to get confirmation of whether that other person was indeed a police informant in Reclaim the Streets around the time of the Carnival Against Capitalism. If it was true, what use was being made of that person's intelligence? If it was a lie, then why was Jim Boyling spreading that lie? So I think the whole question of the relationship between police informants needs to be explored. Why were, moving on to the Dartford incident, why were the police recording? Jim Boyling recorded, as I mentioned earlier, that the intention was to simply stop one lorry at one toll booth, whereas afterwards the police were seeking plaudits for Jim Boyling and for everything they'd done, as if this had been a complete shutdown of the Dartford Bridge and really dangerous and, massively disruptive. They were massively exaggerating what happened in that case. Why were they depriving us of our ability to communicate, not just with the confiscating all those copies of the evading standards, but also in the case of a whole load of leaflets ahead of the May Day action? There too, they seem to have just concocted an opportunity to arrest or raid the homes of 10 people in Reclaim the Streets, 3 of whom were central to, we learned from Jim Boyling's evidence, were central to planning that action. 7 of them were not. One of them was Jim Sutton, so that he could be arrested as if he were a genuine activist, thereby supporting his cover, as well as preventing another leaflet going out about why that action involved simply planting some Bill and Glen flower pots in Parliament Square, whilst putting out news stories about how this was terrorism. Why was there so much disruption going on? Not just sowing discord, creating these myths about splits and all the rest of it, but also a plot to harass people in the run-up to the May Day action, as well as this whole idea of arresting people, of confiscating people's homes. But there was also one of the people who wrote the the Reclaim the Street statement with me had an incendiary device planted on him, which went off, as if to make out that he was a terrorist who'd then been caught out by his own, terrorist actions, because the incendiary device that had been planted on him went off in his own home at night, as if to make out, well, they're the terrorists, but this guy has actually just been caught out by his own act of terrorism at the time when Reclaim the Straits was holding demonstrations against the escalation of laws against non-violent direct action from civil matter to criminal matter to terrorism, which takes us to the point where people are now being arrested for terrorism for simply holding up signs. That guy had an incendiary device planted on him. What was that all about? Why were the police so determined to effectively use their intelligence not to prevent disorder, but to make it more likely. I've talked about, well, firstly, in the case of the March for Social Justice, where as the inquiry heard yesterday, the original plan was to end up occupying the empty former offices of the Department of Environment and hold a two-day gathering there. And that plan was thwarted, so that that action took place instead in Trafalgar Square, where disorder was much more likely to take place. The police's intelligence, we now know that in Jim Boyling's evidence was seen as a great triumph, leading to plaudits raining down on the police. I'm quoting there from their evidence. What was this triumph that they'd led us into a situation in which disorder was more likely, not less? The same happened then 2 years later with the Carnival Against Capitalism, where we know from the evidence that's now been disclosed to us that there were several documents, I think 4 documents, from a year ago till 2 weeks before the action, a year before the action to 2 weeks before the action, where they were constantly saying, this evidence is not to be disclosed to the City of London Police. Why was evidence being withheld from the City of London Police that Jim Boyling had gathered? Was it firstly to create a situation in which the Liffey building, the Futures Trading Exchange building, which was in fact the main target, Jim Boyling knew that, but the Liffey building was unguarded in spite of the fact that the City of London Police had huge forces to defend the Bank of England. Jim Boyling knew exactly what the plan was. He was central to organising it. And yet somehow that information seems not to have been fed through to the City of London Police. Was this partly to tarnish Reclaim the Streets' reputation? Was it also partly some power dynamics going on between the Met and the City of London Police? We now know from Jim Boyling's own statement that he talks about some rivalry going on between the Met and the City of London Police. Was this also part of the power dynamics that led to the strengthen the case for the replacement of the SDS with the the NPOIU? What were the power dynamics going on that meant that Jim Boyling's police was withheld from the City of London to create a greater prospect of disorder? I would strongly urge the inquiry to call relevant police officers from both the Met and the City of London, Anthony Speed from the Met, Perry Nove from the City of London, to give evidence on this. And I would also urge the inquiry to call one of my co-authors of the Reclaim the Streets witness statement, Jay Jordan, who was much better placed, who published an investigation of all this in The Guardian 10 years ago, suggesting that this was what was happening. And a lot of that evidence has been further borne out by the disclosure we've since received. Jay Jordan would also be better placed to talk about another arrest, where he was arrested alongside Mark Kennedy at an office occupation of London Underground. Jay would also be better placed to talk about the wrongful arrest of Jay, myself, and one other person when we were preparing to distribute that evading standard newspaper. Jay is much better placed to give evidence on those things than I am. So there's further evidence that should be brought before this inquiry. Why were news stories going out in advance of the November the 30th demonstration after the Carnival Against Capitalism about that being terrorism, with Reclaim the Streets allegedly stockpiling incendiary devices, when in fact Jim Boyling's evidence talks about it as a non-confrontational demonstration? Who was lying to whom and for what reason? Similarly, why were there news stories going out about terrorism in advance of this action where in Parliament Square, where the plan was simply to plant some seeds and some flowers to do some guerrilla gardening? Why were the police continuing to spy on Reclaim the Streets and other groups that sort of spun off from Reclaim the Streets indie media who were providing independent media coverage because of the way that the media were demonising everything that Reclaim the Streets did? Why were the police spying on indie media, on the Wombles, who developed a tactic of wearing these kind of padded overalls to be able to peacefully resist police confrontation on demonstrations like this, on people who were taking action against the arms fair, Disarm Dicey, the building where a lot of Reclaim the Streets' later meetings were taken, the London Action Resource Centre, Rising Tide, which was a group that was dealing with climate change, the Dissent Network, who was dealing with some of the wider anti-capitalism stuff. Why were all these groups being spied on and yet have not been called as core participants, and therefore have not seen a whole load of the evidence which we, Reclaim the Streets, have seen, but have not been able to share with them so that they could help us piece together what was going on? I would urge that they too should be able to see the evidence that we've now seen and should be able to present their evidence once they've had opportunities to digest it. Finally, two last points, if I may. What were the police's real reasons for why they did what they did? I've talked about sharing intelligence, not just, who were they sharing intelligence with? But specifically, were they sharing it with organisations like the Consulting Association, an organisation that was helping companies to blacklist people who were involved in any kind of protest, whether it was union protest, whether it was environmental protest. My name ended up on that blacklist. How come? What, if any, was the role of police spies or police informants, or what was going on there? To what extent were there reasons actually about tarnishing our reputation for all the reasons I've touched on now? Why were they apparently exacerbating rather than preventing disorder, spreading distrust and distress, as I say, particularly things like the harassment campaign and the planting of that incendiary device, and indeed acting as agent provocateur in several occasions where Jim Boyling wasn't just spying on, but was instigating plans, including hiring one of the vehicles for the June the 18th action. After all of that, did the police have any justification at all, based on this idea that they were preventing disorder in whatever sense of the word that means? I want to argue that they had no such justification whatsoever. They had all sorts of ulterior motives. They knew perfectly well, as I have said earlier, that our intentions were always to keep actions peaceful. We wanted to create the sort of actions where people could bring their children to play in the street, to play in sandpits, to plant seeds in the middle of Parliament Square, to have very kind of eloquent, visually symbolic ways of confronting and highlighting, what was wrong with car culture, what was wrong with capitalism, what was wrong with the oil industry, and so on. And yet, the police were sent in to undermine us, to frustrate our ability to get the word out about the growing and escalating climate and ecological emergency. Only a fortnight ago, the state's own security services were forced to publish a report on the national security implications of the growing climate and emergency crisis. That report was supposed to have been published last October and was suppressed by the government. It was forced out by the Green Alliance putting in a Freedom of Information Act research. Even the security services were being prevented from getting the word out about the growing climate and ecological crisis that we were trying to warn about 30 years ago. If only we had been listened to instead of thwarted, demonised and undermined, we might have been in a better place if we'd been able to say what we wanted to say in the way we wanted to say it, and action had been taken on the basis of everything we were trying to say at that time.
So I'm told there are 10 questions. That is the end of my questions.
Normally there would be a break to see if there are any Rule 10 questions, but I would have expected that they would have been notified to you by now. Is there any re-examination?
Sir, just one very brief
Yes.
matter. It won't take more than a moment.
Of course.
Just one matter to clarify, Mr. Geffen. You were asked about your use of pseudonyms.
Yes.
Can you please explain briefly the sorts of circumstances in which you might have used a pseudonym?
This was when putting out media quotes. As I say, the reason for doing it was overwhelmingly to avoid the personalisation of the story and to be able to make sure that journalists who are trying to do personal expose of myself or anybody else, as I say, there were various, media stories, including one focusing on me, but other people too. We wanted to diffuse the idea that the story was us as individuals and keep it focused on the issues we were trying to raise.
You use pseudonyms in relation to contact with the media, but
Yes,
for example, in legal proceedings or anything like that, would you ever?
Oh no, never did that.
Thank you. No further.
Thank you for attending to give evidence. I hope you feel you've had the opportunity to have your say, as well as to provide evidence to the inquiry. You seem to me to have exercised it, and we're a free country, despite all the difficulties that I am examining.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to have had the opportunity, but I do hope that the questions that I've raised will be more fully explored.
Not all of them will be, but I'm afraid my terms of reference permit me only to explore those that I am required to.
Well, I hope I have been of service today.
Thank you. Now, we will resume at 2:10. There will then, I think, be a difference in the hearing arrangements. The evidence will be transmitted by voice only to protect the interests of the individual giving evidence.
Yes, thank you.
It's a GRD
I'm going to give you everything, shall I?
Well done. Yes, we are. I hope you feel you covered everything.
Thank you.